don't think I'm on. Am I? Oh, I'm on. All right. Please take your seat. It's time for us to start. And please silence your cell phones and devices so we can have a good meeting, please. All right, at 6 o'clock, I call this meeting in Saginaw City Council to order. Please rise for the pledges. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please be seated. Item number 2 is the invocation. For that, our friend, Pastor Michael Orr. Welcome, sir.
Let's pray together. Righteous Father in heaven, we're so grateful to be able to come here today to talk about this wonderful community in Saginaw, all the people who live here and all the people who care so much about what happens to this place and the people in it. We first of all pray, Father, for all the city council members and their families. I pray a blessing on each of them, good health, that you would watch over them, and any concerns or hurts or difficulties they have, please give them an added measure of comfort as in their hands are the well-being of so many people here in this community. And so we pray a blessing on them for the work that they do and the tireless hours and the amount of effort they put into making this place a wonderful place to live. We pray for all those others who are in charge of running this city and those who take care of our emergency needs. Father, we pray a blessing on them as well, that you would watch over them and help them to have the guidance and the wisdom that they need to make good decisions and to be able to perform their very best at what they do. We pray, Father, for our schools in Saginaw. We have so many, and there's so much going on now in the month of May coming up, and I pray that as they look to graduation and the end of year, that you would bring safety on everyone and help everyone to do well, be with the teachers and the staff, the administration, and help all of those things to go smoothly. We pray, Father, that you would be with us as we take part in this city council today, that all the decisions made and all the things that are done might be able to be a benefit to our community, give everyone wisdom and understanding, be with those who have come to share their needs and concerns about what's going on here, and I just pray a blessing on all of those things. Thank you so much for loving us, for being in such a rich and wonderful and bountiful country. I pray for those less fortunate that you would bless them and help us to reach out to our neighbor, to love our neighbor, and to be the kind of community that cares about each other and cares about the needs of those around us. We thank you so much for your steadfast love. We thank you especially for your Son, Jesus, and in his holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Whatever. Item number 3 is audience participation. If there's an item on the agenda you wish to speak at, please see the city secretary. If it is, and fill out one of these forms, but if it is a public hearing, which I was just looking, 2 of these are public hearings, you do not need to fill out a form. I will call for speakers at the appropriate time, but everyone who is interested will be able to speak. Item number 4, consent agenda. A is action regarding minutes of March 29th. B is action regarding minutes of April 4th. C is consideration action regarding adoption of resolution 2023-10 and execution of advanced funding agreement for Green Ribbon Program. Any questions, comments on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Paul, second. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Let the record reflect we do have a quorum, full house tonight, so thank you all for participating. All right, item number 5. So at 6:04 p.m., we're in a public hearing. Consideration action regarding recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission regarding a specific use permit to allow operation of a brewery winery business located at 1029 North Saginaw Boulevard. We start with the applicant, or do staff need anything to say? Oh, Salvador, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, and council. I just want to briefly introduce Lizzie and Brennan, who are here with Athenaeum Cider. They're going to give you a little bit of background on what their proposed business is and address any questions from the council or the audience.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Brennan Cooey, and this is my wife, Lizzie Cooey. We are planning to open up a winery in the shopping center in Saginaw. Currently, there is already a location there that serves alcohol, so we should be good there. We are Texas natives. We were born and raised in Texas. Our daughter has actually gone to school only in EMS ISD. She actually went to Valerie's daycare growing up. Anything else?
No, we go to church here. We've lived here for many years. We do all of our business in Saginaw, so it felt only natural to move our business here too.
Well, tell us about your business.
Right now we are currently making cider specifically. Texas classifies that anything that is under 7% and is made from apples or pear. From there, we can add different flavors, make it sweet, not sweet. Mainly for me, I just like to experiment. I like to try different things. Mainly, I just see what people like. If they like it, I'll pursue it. If not, maybe I'll put it on the back burner. But I do like to experiment. I like to include the community in any of my ideas. We do lots of polls on social media, asking for input, any ideas that people have. So we're open to that.
We run probably closer to like a brewery winery. Our aesthetics, I think, are closer to a winery. However, how we make our products is closer to a brewery. However, in the state of Texas, there isn't really a cidery category, so that's why they lump us kind of under the wine. But I think we do kind of have the nicer aesthetics of a winery opposed to a brewery.
Yeah, or a bar.
Or a bar, right. And we can only be open till midnight. We can't be open till 2 like a bar. So we would close a little earlier, and I think our clientele is a little different probably than your typical bar as well.
Yeah.
Tell us about, you just mentioned when you're open. What brought you to Saginaw? Why Saginaw? Like, where are you located now, and why do you want to move to Saginaw?
So we actually we started this process in September of 2020 during COVID. I work IT full time, and I went from an office where we were like 3% work from home to 94% work from home. So I got really bored, and so started making cider and beer at the house. And then eventually people liked it and told us we should open up. And so we took the leap. We actually looked at Saginaw first. But back then there wasn't a zoning or an SUP or any kind of process for us to start our business here. So we opened up in Hazlet, which is just a little further north of here. And once we were established there, we reached out to Keith, and then he helped us get the process started on an SUP here. And then now we're here hoping to get it all approved.
Sure. Mm-hmm. All right, folks, council questions for the Cooeys. Mary.
I was just curious, what is the difference in the alcohol content in beer and wine and cider? Do you know?
So wine is classified as low and high. Low would be anything under 7%. And then specifically 7 to 14, the federal government considers that actual wine, whereas we can call anything under 7 cider. Okay. Anything above 14, I think you can go up to 20% on typical wines. And then beers are classified different. If it's a grain, then they call it a beer, and I think the percentages are kind of similar, but the process is much different for a winery. We have to go through federal regulations and things like that.
But we don't currently produce anything over 7.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Council, other questions? Nikki?
Yeah. So, are you going to serve, like, I mean, I've been to wineries and stuff, you know, you go there, you do a wine tasting. And
Yes, sir.
You can also get little boards of, you know, smoked salmon, things like that. You go out there, usually they're in the outside area. You can, is that what you all are envisioning, or just straight?
We do have future plans to take part of the shopping center and make a patio outside. There's also a brick wall up against the building that faces the windows. And we've talked about working with somebody in the city and getting a mural put up on that side of the building as well. We want it to be a nice outdoor space so that anybody, the ice cream shop or Saginaw Nutrition or the boba tea shop that's going in, anybody can use that space.
We don't currently offer any food. We didn't plan on doing like a kitchen or anything like that. I feel like we're surrounded by a lot of other local businesses we'd rather partner with on that piece.
Yeah.
So not having any of our own allows us to tell all of our patrons they can bring in whatever they'd like.
And with the, are y'all gonna, I know you said you'd like to get citizens involved. Are you gonna teach any classes or anything?
Yeah, I do actually. I have a relationship with Stubby, who owns Texas Brewing Inc. in Haltom City. And I've actually discussed with him putting together kits so that I can hold a class up there. I love teaching, and I especially love teaching people how to make things, whether it's electronic or alcohol.
And what's the difference between cider and hard cider?
I think that there's a lot of confusion on hard cider versus wine versus regular cider. Regular cider would be non-alcoholic. You do have to also follow the apple pear rule. We are able to make that as well, and we do offer a couple of non-alcoholic offerings. And then anything that is fermented from the cider would be considered hard cider.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Big Horse?
Nick stole one of my questions about teaching. But also, are you going to be serving any non-alcoholic cider?
Yes, currently we do offer a non-alcoholic apple that's made from the cider base that I have. Once we have more space that I can store different things, then I would like to do a few other non-alcoholic versions, including a mulled cider maybe over the holidays.
Okay, thank you.
Council, other questions? Anything else y'all would like to add? Anything we left out? Anything we didn't ask that you wanted us to ask?
I don't think so.
I mean, we do a lot of community outreach. We do clear the lists for the teachers every year. We do Teacher Fridays where teachers can come in, get a discount because we know that they work pretty hard during the week. And then we would love to work with any other nonprofits around Saginaw. Community Link is one that we've actually talked about working with. So any ideas on that front, we would also love to get some input.
That's it. Well, I certainly look forward to it. I'm looking forward to your product. I've been to your existing cidery. Once I talked to Keith and knew this was coming, I went to check y'all out. I really enjoyed it. So I look forward to this. Keith, do you have something you want to bring up?
I just wanted to add something. I talk to you all a lot in weekly reports, and I write novels, big, really long novels, as you know. But I try to give you a lot of information to help you all make good, educated decisions, and just so you're up to speed and know how things work. And I've preached how economic development is not just you snap your finger and then tomorrow they're here. This process or this relationship started probably about 18 months ago. Talking to him, I was actually driving to a sign shop which moved from Saginaw to Hazlet area, First Place Signs, and I drove past Athenium Cider. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa! And I turned around, and I had to take a picture of it and email it to myself because my memory gets shorter as I age. But we started talking, and it was a relationship that's grown over that time, trying to find the right place, trying to find the right place. And 18 months later, we're glad to be here. How we came to the point of looking for whether it's a brewery or cider or a winery was in 2019. The city did a survey asking our residents, "What do you want?" And they gave us names, and then they gave us types of things that they want. And the number 9 thing on that list was, out of 1,100 people that responded, was a brewery or what they're providing. So we sought out what our residents were asking for.
Thank you, Keith. Good information. All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No?
Thank you all very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
I think Cindy had it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You good? Okay. So it is. No, go ahead. It is a public public, a public hearing. I did have a couple of forms, so I know, Kay, you would like to speak, so come on.
Hi. Thank you for your patience and time today. My name is Kay Carroll. I am president-elect of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw Rotary Club. We have but I'm also a citizen of this area, and I actually participated in that survey, and that was one of the things. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak. My family is a patron of Athenaeum. We've been going since they opened in September of 21. We went there to celebrate my husband getting his master's, but then we've also celebrated a few other major events in our family there. My son's 21st birthday. I know that seems like a crazy thing, but it was a great way for us to have a safe place for him to go with our family and friends. We have several friends who don't drink, and they were still able to enjoy themselves. So I want to give you that atmosphere of how is a party there, or how is it there. Recently, my daughter got married this past weekend, and last Thursday we had our rehearsal dinner there. And what I can say is we brought in food. It's one of the few places my daughter can go to. My daughter has celiac disease, and that means she has to be gluten-free. Hard cider is naturally gluten-free. So I can't take my daughter to Ryan Sons, Martin House. I can't take her these places. She's 28 years old. So she can't be a normal young adult. This is the place that allows that. And it also allows me to take my family there. One of our favorite things is to sit down, play board games, just chit-chat. We have found that this is our place to go. And you know, everybody has their place. This is our place. I really am excited about the moving to Saginaw because it's a bigger place. And I keep telling all of my friends about it. And there's a few people in here I've told about it like crazy. And for us as a family, it's our place, and we like to do it. My daughter is a substitute teacher within Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD. She enjoys being able to go in on Friday nights and get her discount. But we also make an effort to include our tips. So Liz and Cooey, one of the favorite things that they do is they take the tips at the end of the month and they donate them or do something special with them. That's not for them. So I want to say that the community that they give to is us, and the one in here within our group, within our area. I don't live in Saginaw, but I do all of my business in Saginaw, which is something I am very happy about. And I really would encourage you to keep to do this, because this is just, it's so different than a bar, if that makes sense. It's a family-ish place to go that we can take my family to. And I feel safe in taking my 21-year-old and my 28-year-old too. And then I just want to say that Athenaeum Cider has plans, and they do so much for the people that actually walk in that door. Okay, and they make us feel like family. They make us feel accepted, and they encourage us to come back all the time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kay. All right. Cameron, you want to speak? I know you filled out a form. And I'll open the floor in a minute to everyone else.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm happy to be here. My name's Cameron Flippo. I've been a Saginaw resident for nearly 20 years now. And I must say, my partner and I, we're young, we're in our 20s. We like to go out on Friday and Saturday nights. And sadly, we haven't really been able to do that inside the city limits. There hasn't been much for us to do inside the city when we want to go out. We would like to keep our money in the city as much as we can, and I think Athenaeum Cider is an amazing opportunity. And these are the exact kind of business owners right here. Brennan and Lizzie Cooey are the perfect people we need to be donating to the city, spending their time in the city, and being business owners in the city. They've already donated time and money. We heard what Kay said about their tips. That's something I didn't know until just now, and I think that's amazing. I know that it's hard to open a business and open a cidery like that, and to be able to give your tips away is something that's not always easy to do. So I think that's a really big thing that they're able to partake in. I also want to say that the average age in the city, I think, is around 34, 35 years old, and I think that this is exactly what that age group is looking for. And I know cider is an alcoholic beverage, but it is still a family-friendly establishment. We're not staying open until 2 a.m. We're not serving hard liquor. We're not doing all sorts of kind of crazy cocktails and stuff to forget about alcohol. This is a craft beverage. This is something that is made like a chef in a restaurant. It's not something that is thrown together simply to make a profit. So I just want to say that I think this is the exact kind of thing we're looking for. I think Keith touched on as well that this is really a great next step for the city, and I think it's something that we should really look into. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right. I also had, don't want to forget, I had an email from a gentleman who sent Janice an email, Mr. John Lux, and I'll read it verbatim just briefly. He said, I'm in favor of the brewery SUP for the April Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and the council meeting to follow. Please see my attached input for your records, and thank you, John Lusk. So, FY. The floor is open for it's a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak may now speak. You don't have to fill out a form. Come to the podium. Come on up.
Hi there. Thanks for letting me come up and talk. My name is Ashlyn Holiday. I'm Cameron Flippo's partner, and we spend a lot of time at Athenaeum. It is our favorite place to go. I don't particularly like beer or wine. Actually, cider is my favorite alcoholic beverage, but I really love it because I can go and I don't have to, have so many that I can't remember the night or anything like that. The place, Athenaeum, is a place where you can go and enjoy your friends, your family, spend time with each other, and involve your community. Every single time we've been there, Lizzie and Brendan have accepted Cameron and I feel like family when I go there. Brendan wants to know if we have any ideas for names of the ciders, what flavors we like. He wants his customers to be involved in the process. So it's 15-ish minutes from my house in Saginaw, but if it could be 5 minutes, it'd be even better. It's something that I think if it could be in Saginaw where it's more centrally located, a lot more people will go. Their place is going to be a little bit bigger than the current location, so they can have events there. I think it would be a great place to have a patio so you can enjoy drinks with your family and friends. These people are incredible. They support us, and they make us feel really loved, and I would really love to see this come to Saginaw. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, anyone else? The floor is still open. Oh, go ahead.
If this passes, when do you plan on opening?
Well, we have already got a place. We have done the demolition, and the SUP process is before the remodel approval. So as soon as this is approved, we'll start the remodel, and then we're hoping to be open mid-June.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else wish to speak before I shut it down? I don't leave anybody out. If not, any other council questions before I close the public hearing?
I would make a statement that
Yes,
our citizens have multiple times, both in surveys and definitely on the different Facebook pages, have expressed that they want different venues, different varieties, and this is definitely something that is unique. To me, it's exciting, and it brings a different atmosphere. And I absolutely agree that it isn't nothing even like a bar. You could take your younger people there, and definitely because you serve either cider or hard cider, and have a good family time. That's why I was asking about the dishes and stuff. There's a lot of times we go to the different wineries. Our favorite one we go down is down by Bluffdale Street, down 377, and we always get the salami and cheese, and we talk to them, and just have a really good time. So I think it's going to be a huge addition to
Thank you,
And it's
Council.
not in the park, and it's not around kids. We're good.
Mhm. And just FYI, I forgot to mention this. I was pulling this up. It passed P&Z the other night unanimously. So just another piece of information for council. Any other questions, comments, council, before I shut down the public hearing? Anyone else with to speak? All in? So at 6:24, I close the public hearing and I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve for the new cider brewery, whatever it's called, to come in. Thank you.
Mr. Stark, second?
Got everybody second it.
Please cast your vote.
You got it.
Motion passed unanimously. Welcome to Saginaw, y'all. Look forward to it. Look forward to having y'all as a citizen, as a corporate citizen. All right, next, item number 6. So at 6:25, we're in a public hearing. Consideration action regarding recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission regarding a request for rezoning to amend the Square Plan Development District created in ordinance number 2019-7 to change development plan existing in Exhibit C by adjusting the layout of the property. For that, we're going to, Salvador again.
Mr. Mayor, again.
You snuck
thank
up
you.
on me, but
Council, glad to be here again. Today I have Daniel Box with Taylor Morrison. They're going to give you a presentation on this developments and answer any potential questions from the audience or the council.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. For the record, my name is Daniel Box, and I'm a zoning attorney with Winstead PC. We have offices at 300 Throckmorton and Fort Worth. Our request is a little bit less exciting than wineries and cider, but hopefully equally as favorable to this council. The applicant here today is simply requesting an amendment of an approved development plan with a new development plan for the Square Plan Development District. That is the extent of our request. Just to be perfectly clear, we are proposing no changes whatsoever to the existing development standards and also no changes whatsoever to the density that's currently allowed. We're not asking for any increases in the number of units. We are simply asking to move around the buildings just a little bit, and that will allow us to both enhance the landscaping and also to improve the pedestrian experience of the site. Just for purposes of giving you a quick visual of what we're requesting, what's on the screen is what is currently approved today, and that's what we're asking for.
Go back one.
Sure. The existing requested. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant, who has a little bit more of a detailed presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, for having us. Is my thing pulled up? All righty.
before we start, can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Kayvon Rabar. I'm from Dallas, Texas. Our offices are in Dallas as well. I live there with my wife and my 9-week-old. It's hard to count. Okay. Next slide. Okay. All right. Moving up. So we studied this development plan that was proposed, and our thought was that we wanted to make it more pedestrian friendly and enhance the landscape. I've lived in a lot of apartments myself, and it's not fun to look at parking lot views. So we thought, what can we do to enhance that? So this is kind of a high-level overview with a lot of the planting and landscape that's going in per the city standards. And really the central feature of the program is the center courtyard on the planned east side that you can see on the east side. It's an open lawn space, place for kids to play. I think all of our first floor units have patios, so it's a good spot where you could pull up a lawn chair and watch your kids play and not have to take them to the park, that kind of thing. Here's a rendering of the entrance and the driveway. What you're looking at in the center is the clubhouse building, and on either side, on the west and the east, are the secured access gates for people to get in. The whole site is gated and secured. Here's a rendering, too, of the center courtyard that I mentioned, and does this have one of those? I guess you guys can't see what I'm looking at. So, over there's anyways, pool and the clubhouse that connects, the driveway's on the northeast corner, and the center courtyard I mentioned. That's the program. We're hoping you all find it an enhancement to what was there before. And happy to take any questions.
All right, council questions? Oh, Paul. Go Paul first. Sorry.
Yeah, I know there's some restaurants in this plan. When do you plan plan on building these apartments before the restaurants or the restaurants first? Because a lot of residents are saying, oh, we get all these apartments, they promise us these restaurants, and then nothing happens.
I would love to be in control of that part of the Saginaw Square development, but that's owned by a different developer. We're not affiliated with them.
I think Gabe can answer that.
Yeah, so I may defer to Randy. You'll recall the city council approved an incentive agreement, so restaurants are incentivized. They will be on the frontage of the Square Boulevard and Saginaw Boulevard, so to be basically the first thing you would see when you enter the city limits. My understanding is that a site plan has been prepared and submitted to TxDOT for review. There was a delay for quite a while with TxDOT for a drive approach, so every drive approach on Saginaw Boulevard must be approved by the state. So I think their architects have a draft plan. Is that fair? So, we anticipate plans coming fairly soon.
And we had to get Charlie Guerin involved. I personally called Charlie Guerin to get him to move TxDOT, so that's been part of the delay. So it hadn't been the developer, it's been TxDOT.
Those are 3-story apartments, aren't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Nick, you have a question? Go ahead.
Spears. When I looked at this, I couldn't see anything that would have changed the safety. I just wanted to double check and make sure that none of these changes or structure would have any safety impact or anything of any concern from a public safety standpoint.
That would be a correct statement, yes, sir. The fire marshal's been working with them on the project, so there's nothing outstanding safety concern-wise.
Mary, go ahead.
And I'd just like to say I'm pleased that this will result in more green space and better landscaping and more landscaping. The beautification of Saginaw is one of our priorities here. So, thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Joe is our landscape architect. He's from TBG. They've really done a great job.
And will you be using native Texas plants for the most part? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's the list right there if you can see. I don't know if you can see that list, but that's...
Look behind you, Mary.
Yeah, it's up
Look behind you,
it's up
Mary.
on your screen right there.
Mary, look behind you and you can see it.
Oh, and just as a side note, these renderings, so that you could actually see most of the project, we removed the vast majority of the trees from the rendering, because if I put them all in there, you wouldn't be able to see much. We have a lot of trees in there and a lot of shrubs, and we're very excited about that.
Good. Yeah.
And one
Go
other
ahead.
thing, the landscape architect, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm right, that most people don't realize that native Texas plants can be very beautiful and colorful, and they just think it's grass. But is that not correct? You can have beautiful
Maybe we should get him to come to and speak, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Council Board. My name is Joe Kensel with TBG Partners. We're landscape architects in the DFW area. Yes, that is correct. That you can get quite a variety out of native Texas plants as far as color, water-resistant plants, and things like that.
They tend to save the city money from upkeep, or whoever's responsible. They require very little upkeep, so.
Yes, they
that's good.
tend to be more resistant and less maintenance.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Our council, other questions?
I could make one other comment on the
Sure.
plants. I've been to a lot of apartments, and frequently when the project is complete, the landscaping has died off because they're not using native plants. So one of our design directives when we were designing the landscape was to make sure that they use native plants, because they'll actually be there years down the line. So it's as big of a deal to us as I'm sure it is to you. So
Good.
Thank you for those comments.
Our council, no other questions? Then anything else you want to add? I'm going to turn it over to the floor.
We're very excited to
Okay.
see this project come, and hopefully we can throw a grand opening party at the winery or brewery.
Nice, very nice.
God has made wine to make the hearts of man glad. So.
There you go, very nice. Okay. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All
And
right.
see, they have balconies too and stuff.
They do?
Yeah.
All right, so we're in a public hearing, so the floor is open. Anyone who wishes to speak on this project may come up and speak right now. Oh, yes, ma'am.
I have a question. This apartment complex, will it be mixed income, or will it be luxury, or what's the general salary medium that we're targeting, you guys are targeting for this?
I think it's that cost.
I think he can answer that.
We're not sure on that. That's a down the line issue because again, this is just a part of the design phase.
Okay, thank you.
Our understanding so far is it's market rate.
Okay.
But I haven't heard anything different, but we need to understand it. But thank you, good question. Anyone else? The floor's still open.
Just so that everybody understands, this isn't to approve them, this is only for the change. The zoning was picked years ago.
Right, this is not a zoning change.
Yes, no.
It's just a change to
Make
the,
sure that the citizens understand that this is just, they're changing the landscaping.
Right,
The
this-
zoning, I think, was picked back
Already
in
back?
like 90s.
I don't know, several years back. But the zoning is not impacted by this.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Good point. Any other questions? Anyone want to speak? If not, then it.
Mayor,
Oh,
could
yes,
I
sir.
jump in? One thing I want to bring to your attention before you take action. I wanted to catch you before because I jumped into that pretty quick, which is a good thing. I just want to make you aware of some changes to the ordinance itself, right? So this action is going to be supported by an ordinance that puts it into effect. Since the packet was provided, there's been some revisions. I would say substantively, they're not really substantive revisions as much as form to the form of the ordinance to make it accomplish better what we wanted to accomplish. It does three things still, which I think it already did, but it accomplishes three things. You'll find three paragraphs in the latest draft of the ordinance. First, it identifies the property. That's the subject of this very clearly. Let me pull it up here. The 9.569 acres, which is specifically addressed by this change and the changes that you've seen tonight that those will be located on, right? So that's what the first paragraph does. Second paragraph then specifies what regulations apply. Okay, it essentially says all the regulations that originally applied, the design standards, specifications, it's just like it was. The only additional is what's here, which is simply the change of this development plan. Okay, so that's what is in paragraph number 2. Paragraph 3 sets out the actual development plan itself. So it references the Exhibit C. That is the development plan, and it attaches the new development plan that you're considering and approving tonight. So the wording on the page looks a little different than what you read in your packet, but I think from that explanation, I tell you it accomplishes exactly what the ordinance did before, just with more words, which aren't always good, but I think they add the specificity to make us more pleased, I guess, with the ordinance. So with that, I can give you word for word if that's helpful, and we could talk about that. Otherwise, just know what I'd like to ask you to do is when you approve this, that you move for approval as presented this evening or as amended in reference to incorporate the revisions that we've made and we'd like to be a part of this. Okay. So again, I'd be happy to share whatever information I can about that to make you more comfortable. But I did want to make you aware of exactly what we were doing and of those changes.
Any questions for Bradley? And we appreciate the update.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, sir. All right, if nothing else, council. I wanted to mention, I forgot to there. This did go through P&Z and passed unanimously through P&Z. So at 6:39, take us out of the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2023-15, which would also include the very recent revisions that have been made prior to the meeting that accomplished the same goals that had occurred previously.
Do I have a second? Cindy, second? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for the information. All right, moving forward. Item number 7, discussion of future street improvement projects. Director of Public Works, Randy Newsom.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is something staff wanted to bring forward to y'all to review some of or give y'all some updates on some of our current projects as well as some of our future projects, and get some input from council, maybe what y'all have a vision of us accomplishing with these future projects. And Trenton Tidwell will kind of run you through the scope of the projects.
Thank you, Randy. I'm Trenton Tidwell. I'm with Kimley Horn. I am currently carrying the torch of serving as city engineer for Saginaw. It's our 43rd year of doing this, actually, so it's kind of an honor for me. And I promise if y'all are still here for year 50, we're going to have a crazy party, so don't leave. Please stay. Like Randy said, Gabe and Randy asked me to give an update. The request was kind of open-ended, and I love talking about roads, so I'm going to go through every project on the CIP list. Usually people get annoyed when I talk about roads, but y'all are a captive audience. So, like I mentioned, we're going to go through the CIP list. So in the packet I gave you, the first few pages are the CIP from last year with a map and the list of projects. So I'm actually just going to go in order with a few new projects added. If you have any questions as we go, I'll probably handle them project by project. And this is actually really good timing because we've got a few questions for y'all. We want to get your blessing on a few projects before we move forward. And so we can hopefully handle that as we go. So first up, Knowles Phase 1. If you haven't driven the south side, I think it looks beautiful. As a reminder, this was funded by the 2021 bond program, and with a reimbursement match of 50%, up to 50% by the Tarrant County bond program as well. So we're excited about that. I believe that's in the works with Lee and Kim spearheading that. The finish, we're estimating around fall. I don't want to promise a specific month because it's been challenging making sure McMahon is sticking to the deadlines they give us. But one thing I do want to bring up is with some constructability issues that popped up, mainly in the Parkway. An idea actually came up to maybe save some money and shorten the construction time. And talking through it all, Bill and Randy and Gabe are all in support of this, and I think it's a great idea as well. And I want to run it by y'all to see if this is something we should move forward with. So if you can see on the page I gave you, the Knowles, we kind of divided up by drainage systems. And where, after Ravenwood, moving north, that is actually a separate drainage system than everything that drains to the park. And that's where the houses start to front Knowles. So that we are calling drainage system A. If you've driven Knowles recently, you saw the mill and overlay that happened north of Park Center. And I think it looks pretty good, actually. And so as we ran into constructability issues with an AT&T line that wasn't as deep as we thought in the Parkway, the idea came about of, well, that looks so good north of Park Center, could we just mill and overlay the stretch of Knowles Phase 1 that has the new drainage system? Because it has existing sidewalks. We need some ramp replacements. So as we started looking at this, we got prices from the contractor, and we know that it would save money that could be utilized to help finish out a couple of other projects. One that we've identified as Old Decatur North specifically. The amount of savings is pretty close to the amount of funding we're short to construct Old Decatur North.
So how much?
It's $200,000-ish.
200,000?
Yes, sir.
You would save $200,000?
Yes, sir. I say ish because we are still identifying some spot repairs for sidewalk, some curb and gutter that needs to be replaced. So we're going to work that out with the inspector. So one other benefit of this is, as I said, we divided up Knowles with drainage system. So honestly, originally the scope stopped at Ravenwood. But the drainage system that comes south and then goes back behind the houses that you can kind of see on the screen, Meadows. It's not doing so great.
You're confusing me. This picture you got, the drainage systems, which way is you? Okay.
North is to the right on both of these images.
Okay.
just have a quick question. Are you
Yes.
going to put trees on the other side there? 'Cause
On the east side of Knowles? We were not. We are not, no.
I was just curious because everybody walks on that side. I've been noticing that everybody walks on that side. I'm like,
Well, we do have some trees, actually. We have some. We've added some trees
It looks
in.
very nice. It's really nice. Okay, I didn't mean to break your train of thought there.
Oh, you're good. So long story short, another benefit of this would be we could extend this mill and overlay to Park Center. So originally the idea was we would come back and mill and overlay anything that hadn't been touched, but with the county we only went down to Park Center, so this would fill that gap. So the ask from y'all tonight is just we want to give the contractor permission to proceed with this work. We think it's a good solution with a lot of great benefits, and but I would like y'all's blessing to move forward with that and then bring a formal change order in May to identify the savings.
Council, what's your pleasure?
So what's the downside? Is there any downside? What's the downside? What's the risk?
There is for sure. The downside is that the ultimate pavement section you're getting is not concrete, which ultimately you're aiming for a 20, 30-year lifespan. And so this mill and overlay is extending the life 10, 15 years. And so you're getting a different product. But with the relationship with the county, the crack seal program that I'll talk about more later, we're being more intentional about maintaining these asphalt roads. So I don't have any doubt that we're going to be able to maintain this.
So it's not going to be cement all the way down, is that what you're saying?
Correct. It wouldn't be concrete. It would be asphalt.
And concrete versus asphalt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think concrete's like 50-year and asphalt's like 30.
Normally, the concrete's closer to 30, and the asphalt, it really depends on how well you maintain it. But if you maintain it really well, it could match the concrete.
But we're not going to run into the same problem that we have now,
We're going to talk about that at the end of the slideshow. If we don't have the money and maintenance and operation, we might. But Randy's and I are trying to be as strategic as possible to make sure we do maintain the roadway, yes.
But like you said, if we don't, then we're going to have the same problem we have now.
Correct. Yep.
How does this fit in with our plan on the survey, the road survey that was done?
I think it fits in great, kind of being more efficient with the money that y'all have passed in your bond program. So, like I said, currently the Old Decatur project that I'll give an update on is on hold because there's a lack of funding. And so with these savings, you're able to proceed with that project, hopefully. So I think that fits in well with the vision of tackling more roads sooner.
And what do you mean the old Decatur North has lack of funding?
I'm kind of jumping ahead, but the
If we're
Oh,
stretch.
going to address that later, that's fine.
Okay, I can do that.
And then the second thing is, what's the downtime for that street? How long is it going to be closed, and how long is this going to take?
For the stretch of
This
Knowles?
stretch.
So if it was concrete, the downtime would be they're going to have a full closure with only residents who live within the stretch. That access would be limited for 2 months or so to get all the utilities and remove all the existing asphalt and put it back in. So this option reduces that down significantly to a few weeks because instead of removing everything, forming up the rebar and the subgrade, it's a simple mill and overlay, which can be done. How fast did the county mill and overlay the north section? Like 2 days?
They did that about 3 days.
3 days. So that's a significant reduction in disturbance.
Another advantage to this is it's going to be really difficult. Those two courts up there, Edwards and Normandy courts, those people that live up in there, getting them in and out with us tearing it out for full reconstruct is going to be really a challenge. And emergency vehicles getting in and out versus being able to mill and overlay. You're talking about a short section. Not like what's the length of that, Trent? Do you know?
The length of what?
The section we're talking about. Part of it's already going to be, if we went with the asphalt, part of it's only going to be asphalt anyway from Edwards to
Oh,
Park
the last
Center.
500 feet or so, right?
Yeah. So you're going to get
part of it as asphalt anyway. So,
But basically, what you're going to do is just put a Band-Aid over what we already have.
Not a
well,
Band-Aid.
no.
Really good Band-Aid.
A mill and overlay is a really solid approach.
I'm just saying, it's not going to last that long, basically, unless we have the funds to take care of it pristinely.
I don't predict that, we would be looking to reconstruct this road in 20 years with the approach we're taking right now.
So I guess.
Trust me. So when they did got the equipment, they did the road studies, is the substructure significant?
This section, I think all of Knowles was pretty bad, honestly. I think south of here was worse. As the houses started to front, it improved slightly, but the mill and overlay north of Park Center went really well. So we usually don't do mill and overlay on streets that are in really bad condition. So this qualifies for sure.
So, so we're comparing apples. We're going to save $200,000 up front. We'll get it put in quicker, and it'll be less disruptive to our citizens that live in that area. The other thing is, it is a little bit more maintenance in the long run to get that complete, let's say, complete bathtub cover, the complete life expectancy out of it. Do you have any estimates on what that would be versus concrete 30 years versus asphalt 30 years? How much more expensive maintenance?
The approach that we have right now with the crack sealing and the overlay that we partner with the county is, extremely cheaper. I don't know exactly how much we pay for a crack seal and overlay, but it's probably 10% of what it would cost. Like if I compared the maintenance lifetime, because currently the way we do our crack sealing and mill and overlay, we only pay for material. We don't pay for machines. We don't bid them out. So it's the way he has it. He's being very efficient with his budget.
Right. Appreciate it.
Council, other questions on this?
And I still want to go back to the survey, and I know Paul and Nick have both referred to it again as well. Where did these sections of road fit into that survey, the plan that we had worked out of the roads that needed to be fixed?
The survey, the pavement assessment?
Yeah, pavement assessment.
Okay. I don't know specifically what the condition of these streets were off the top of my head, because we always knew they were in the bond program, and so they haven't found themselves on any lists to be reconstructed because they were already taken off the list. But if you're asking about the condition of the road, I would imagine had you done since you got the results of the survey that Kimley Horn, I would have imagined that you guys would have assessed that and said, this is an immediate need, this is 5 years down the road, this is 10 years. Okay.
Where did these roads fit into that, and the type of work that needed to be done?
The north section from Park Center to Bailey Boswell, which is assessed at the same time as this one was. Right. Well, no, it's the red and the blue. The blue would be the concrete, but the northern section was a road that rated for a mill and overlay as a repair.
So can we take the $200,000 that we would save here, immediately put it back into the next level of roads that we need to fix? I mean, can we just divert that money and just say, hey, we're saving this, we're still going to use it on fixing the roads, now we're ahead of the curve, we get to fix $200,000 more road? Is there any reason we can't do that and make it so?
He mentioned the old Decatur one, which he's going to get to in a minute. He's trying to get to that one.
He's trying to get to okay.
I love that theory, and that I think I'm applying that to everywhere where we find cost savings, with the county reimbursement. I'm going to talk about a potential grant for a McRoy project. But yes, my goal, and I believe Randy and Gabe, is anywhere where we have roadway funds and when we're more efficient than we anticipated, we would like to reinvest those in other roadways as soon as possible so that it's cheaper. Cindy, I'm understanding your question a little bit better. The assessment, which is on page, a snippet of it is on page, oh, these don't have page numbers. It's called Sump Program. I can get there later, but there is a deep red vein running through, and that would be Knowles. And so whenever we believed that Knowles Phase 1 would rebuild this section, and Randy asked for a list of projects that needed to be built, one of the first ones that popped up on the list was Knowles from Park Center to Bailey Boswell. So to answer your question, all of Knowles has always been the most urgent streets to rebuild. Knowles itself. Park Center is pretty bad too.
Let's stick to Knowles.
Okay. So it sounds like we have a consensus or a general
Yeah,
blessing.
is everybody okay with that if we do the mill and overlay? Everybody good with that? Well, it'll be an official. This is just a thumbs up so they can get it'll be a contract order. Right?
But to be clear, our desire is to give the contractor notice to proceed with this change in work tomorrow, because the utilities they're working on in that area, the way they approach it would be different if they're completely ripping out all the asphalt or if they need to have tidy lines.
So we're going to go forward without an approved work order, other than just a verbal order from the council? Is that what you're saying?
If y'all are willing to proceed, yes. Which, there's a lot of things that change in construction, to be honest. So, there's a lot of minor scope changes that have happened that don't require change orders, but with the new bid items, this will require a change order, and that's why we're being a little more formal about it.
Randy, how do you feel about this? How comfortable are you with this moving forward?
I'm comfortable with doing the mill and overlay on this section. It matches with what's up there. The road conditions up there are not any worse than they were on the north section of Knowles, north of Park Center. If we have a problem, you can always, mill and overlay, 15 years from now, the county can come back in there with their machine if you had to do it again. As long as you stay on top of it and don't let the subgrade fail, there shouldn't be any issues.
And you're comfortable with them doing that within this $200,000
Sure.
item? Because I don't want it to come back and going like, oh, it's $300,000 now.
Well, that would be better. The 200 in savings, so I'd be thrilled if it was 300,000.
I have a question. How come we didn't do it where you put the cement or the concrete in? Why didn't we do the mill overlay? I'm just asking the question because.
Why was it originally concrete?
Yeah. Why did we put in concrete if we were going to put mill overlay on both sides of it, or whatever?
Where the blue is, where your concrete, why didn't you just do mill overlay the whole way?
That's what we're proposing, is doing mill and overlay the whole section.
No, where you've got the new concrete now on Knowles.
Mhm.
How come y'all didn't do mill overlay there?
Oh,
Phase one, yeah.
Okay. So south of Ravenwood, down to W.J. Bowes, and then all the way down to Longhorn, basically, we could say, why are we doing concrete?
Yes, right there by the park right there.
Okay, gotcha. The asphalt there is in worse condition. I wouldn't recommend a mill and overlay there, to be honest. I think we've seen subgrade failures, and if we could approach a mill and overlay in that section, but we would do a significant amount of what we call patching, which would be complete excavation and reinstall.
So that's why you put the cement down there? That's what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yep.
have cement, we have the concrete, that little area that y'all got, that was
Yeah.
really nice. And now you want to put mill overlay on each end of it. So I was just curious, why wouldn't y'all have done it there too?
Yeah, I think the answer is just because the subgrade's in worse condition in that section.
Let's keep going.
Okay, sorry, I have 20 more streets to talk about. Knowles Phase 2 and 3. So, as I was saying, the faster you can get things out to construction, the cheaper they are. So, we have pushed on Knowles Phase 2 and 3, especially with Knowles Phase 1 coming to an end. It is currently advertising, which means contractors are looking at it to prepare their price. I didn't have a pretty picture for this yet, but that is a pretty picture to me because it's a list of really qualified contractors that have downloaded the plans and started asking questions. So we've been very intentional about soliciting interests for the project, and we're hoping to really get a really good bid. So because we combined it, we're hoping for some cost savings, and then also getting some larger contractors such as Jackson Construction's one that probably wouldn't looked at one phase, but with 2 phases, they're more interested.
When they do these phases, are we going to be shutting the road down like we did these other parts?
Yes, so the discussion so far has been north of the roundabout at McRoy will be a complete closure. There's only 2 side streets within that stretch, so they will be able to go back to W.J. Bose or Amber. We have intentionally, we'll add another park access for the park on the very north end of Willow Creek because my son and my wife would be upset if they didn't have access to that, and your citizens. So that will be closed completely. The intersection at W.J. Bose and Knowles will be closed. We've talked with EMS ISD about centering that on the summer, and Cleet Welch blessed that because, like a Band-Aid, if we close it, we'll be able to rip it off a lot faster rather than phasing it. It also helps with prices if you're able to close it completely. South of McRoy down to Longhorn, there are several cul-de-sacs, I believe 4 or 5. So closing that completely isn't realistic, would be quite a disturbance. So we are anticipating phasing that in halves, east half, west half. And my goal is to keep traffic moving in the same direction throughout the construction, even if they're on the wrong side of the road. That way it's more predictable for drivers. Sorry, I love talking about roads, so these questions are great. Tell me if I'm talking too much. Old Decatur North, as we were discussing earlier, kind of has a hodgepodge of funding. So there was developer contributions from the Square, and I believe the Standard on the west side perhaps contributed, or is it? Mm-hmm. And then there's also Tarrant County bond discretionary funds that are contributing. The Kim, I believe, plans to pull from the stormwater fund because there's a significant amount of drainage improvements. And then there are 2 question marks there because we are currently underfunded for construction. So we are currently on hold until that funding is identified. And as I said earlier, I think finding cost savings in the bond program could help us get that fully funded and move forward. And I know with the development coming on the east side that everyone's excited for that.
And this contains significant sidewalk improvements as well.
Yes, sir.
That's been a big concern for folks with kids walking there, walking the wayside.
Yeah, the storm drainage right now is existing ditches. It'll be internalized so that we'll be able to put sidewalks on both sides.
So how much of the overall funding are we talking about? You 80% funded or 10% funded?
I believe we're short 300,000, something like that. I believe the overall project, it's 3.2 million, something like that. So we're 90% funded, roughly. And so coming soon, we added more drainage to facilitate some development for the Square. I don't know if that's official. It's in discussion. And if we proceed with that, we'll be bringing you an amendment for that additional survey and design, and that's what has added to the additional funding needed. I just put on there on schedule that once we do get that notice to proceed in TP, I would hope that we could start construction about 4 months later. So as it's been on hold, we have still been relocating franchise utilities and coordinating with them. So hopefully it'll be ready to go as soon as y'all are ready to pull the trigger. Okay, West McRoy Boulevard, Phase 3, right outside. This is the next project that was funded with the bond program. And the bond funds have not been issued for this yet, but with some other funding, Kim was able to let us get started on conceptual design. So I actually saw people out here collecting survey this morning, so hopefully you've seen that. We are making progress. The exciting thing about this project is there's a lot of pedestrian elements, or let's call it alternative transportation elements, bikes and peds. And working with Gabe and Randy, we have actually applied to the TxDOT TA set-aside grant, which is focused on alternative transportation modes. And we're hopeful that we could possibly get some funding for this. It's a 80-20 match, and so if they were willing to participate with the entire project, it would be a significant cost savings. The program has increased in funding significantly over the last couple of years, and it's garnered a lot more attention. So I'm not going to promise we win, but we're going to try our best. And we put forth a really good preliminary application that got a lot of attention from TxDOT. And we are already on to the second stage. So that application is due in June, and part of it will be getting letters of support. And so EMS ISD has said that they would support. We're going to work with a few businesses and properties that would be impacted, get support from them, but also support from council will be necessary. So in May, I'll bring a resolution kind of stating that y'all understand the project scope and we have funding set aside for it and we support the grant. Ideally, so that grant, if it were to get approved, would be in October of this year, which is quite a long time for review in my opinion. But then we could proceed. We need to wait to proceed to 60% design until we know if we're getting that grant, because it will change slightly a few elements of the road if we have to follow TxDOT requirements. And so once we get that, we'll be hot and heavy on getting that design finished, and we'll aim to start construction in the second half of 2025.
Is this eligible for county match?
What'd you say?
Is this eligible for a county match with the county money? The transportation bond?
So I think there's been some talk that there would be discretionary match as opposed to the form match, which we got for phase one. One thing we might mention, I may ask Randy, but this is related somewhat to the library project.
Oh, yeah.
Can you talk about that, the drainage?
So, well, to answer the county, I don't know about any discussion on the county match. I believe we might be tapped out on that because we've gotten a few projects. I think we've got more than our fair share. We're looking.
Keep asking.
We'll try. This would be a great project, honestly. So, yeah, we can try for sure. Gabe's mentioning the senior center and the library design. There have been some design back and forth on the drainage of the property, so we're avoiding having to install infrastructure that require extra maintenance. And so one element we're doing is we're coordinating the drainage of that property with the drainage design of this project. So we may move forward on a certain element with the creek crossing and extending drainage, maybe in this project, but I believe it may be in the East Cement Creek next phase, because that'll be a little bit sooner to allow for that development and maybe even disperse some of the cost. And then also, if they don't have to bear all of the drainage design and that cost, it helps their budget as well.
I've got a question on you was talking about alternate transportation. Are you talking about, like they got here in Fort Worth, just extension of the road, just from there to the curve for bikes, or are you talking about a totally separate, like a 6-foot bike walking trail?
Both. So the design we have right now, there is a shared use path. So that, for example, is one of the design changes. If that was a shared use path for Saginaw, we could decide to make that 8 feet wide. But if it was a TxDOT funded project, it would be required to be 10 feet wide.
10 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, you can make a highway out of that thing.
Yep. And so, but to answer the other question, currently part of this project has on-street bikes, where we don't have on-street parking.
Yeah.
But the portions that do have on-street parking, we will route the bikes to the shared use path.
So if we do that, then we have to take into consideration, right now we only clean our streets once a year. And if you put bike trails in like that, then you need to increase that probably to about once a month, at least for those, because if you don't, within a month, they become so trashy, nobody on a bike will dare ride their bike down them. So that is a consideration we'll need to take in when we do this.
So that's an impossibility.
Well, hence why I brought it up.
I will say too, the bike lanes on this project were very convenient to add
Yeah.
because it will be one lane in each direction as it is now, and the minimum curbed width we want to put down is 16 feet in case a car stalls out to allow emergency vehicles. So we're actually not adding any additional width to add those bike lanes. We're just adding a stripe.
So you still have parking at the cemetery?
Yes, we're going to be very intentional about that. That was actually one of the focus areas when we were talking through the project with TxDOT, because it's a really tight section. So how are we going to manage adding shared use paths, on-street parking in that area? We've got some creative ideas that Randy came up with of perhaps partnering with the senior center library parking so that maybe we could be efficient and not have parking on the street if the cross section's limited, if we're tight on space.
But isn't the parking in the library kind of tight? Isn't that what I was told?
Yes, we're going to probably be going to the Board of Adjustments for a little bit of a variance on that, but it's close. To the
So more on-street parking would be better, basically what we're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll add as much as we can. We're just, it's hard to get right away from a cemetery. I'll just say that.
When we finally build out, will McElroy be able to support 2 lanes, one going each direction? Because, I mean, with all the new apartments or the new rentals coming in, we have 2 schools there. Traffic's already horrible to try to get onto McElroy off of Opal and all the other streets. I just see this becoming a bigger nightmare if you have on-street parking and we narrow it down to.
So
I just see problems in the future in my brain.
We'll actually be adding capacity by adding that center turn lane. And then there will be turn lanes for significant areas that have incoming and outgoing traffic. So the capacity will actually be increased, but long-term, the vision that I think the city has for this corridor is perhaps a slower moving, safer corridor with attractions, a lot of municipal buildings. So,
Are you going to put a turn lane eastbound on McElroy to head north on Saginaw Boulevard, a left turn lane only? You've got 2 lanes that merge into one right now.
Yes.
Because I know several times I've sat through 4 or 5 light cycles trying to head north.
Whenever we do improve that intersection, it's for sure been discussed that we need to add lanes going eastbound. That section will be not included in this phase. It will be included in McElroy Phase 2.
Northbound. We need a separate lane to go northbound.
A left turn lane to go northbound?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, we would look to separate the left, the through, and even probably have a right, I think, when I looked at the traffic counts.
Can we do that without taking off those corners?
Like right-of-way takes?
Like what?
Like, would we impact the right-of-way, the businesses?
Well, would we be taking off some of their properties?
I'd have to look. I would anticipate affecting the property.
We'll have to take some space from the businesses. We'll have to take some of the real estate. But to do all this stuff you're talking about, we'll have to, yeah.
Well, that's their parking.
We're going to have discussions there about, especially right there at the boulevard with that business owner. Yeah, that may.
Because we're adding a lot of traffic onto McElroy, and I don't care how slow it is, you're still adding traffic.
We may have to do some things. So.
And as I mentioned to Trent before, I've been going eastbound, going straight, and there's a train, and the arrow goes green, and you got people behind you laying on the horn. We need a left-hand turn lane there. We got 2 westbound lanes that merge into one. Let's just do 1 lane. And then I'd like to see us on the westbound on the east side add a right turn lane, a left turn lane, and 1 lane going straight.
I agree.
Because they turn.
And I watch all the time. I watch people that are in that left lane to go straight, and people that want to turn northbound on Saginaw Boulevard pull over into the oncoming traffic lane to make that turn. because you're tired of waiting. Like I said, I've sat through 4 or 5 cycles several times. And I just see, this becoming a bigger problem.
Yeah, that intersection definitely deserves attention. So we've started this. Do it. Yes, ma'am.
And the drainage there is absolutely terrible too. So.
Mm-hmm. So we've started discussions already with the property owners that might be affected. But there's also coordination with TxDOT, since that is a TxDOT intersection. So it's not, like I said, it's not included in this McElroy Phase 3, but it will be in Phase 2 going east. And so that's kind of where I wanted to go next. So technically, the last project that was included in the 2021 bond program was McElroy Boulevard Phase 4. So this is from Knowles Drive, headed west, all the way to Old Cater. We have not started any design nor collected any survey on this stretch. And I've started to hear kind of discussions about, is this really our next priority, or would Phase 2 of McElroy, 287 to the east, would that be the next priority? So we don't have to just settle that today, but this is a discussion I think is good. And before we were to get going on this, I would come back to y'all and kind of see what the consensus is, because I agree. I think the railroad crossings on the east side deserve a lot of attention.
The road's getting really rutted. There's going to be cars bottoming out, and June is when we get all the grain truck traffic, and it's probably going to really start busting up at that point.
I mean, for me, I asked you what's the data. What does the data tell us where we should focus on next?
Pavement assessment data, or pavement, or yes, all of it.
Very easy for me then to decide.
All of the above.
Just remember, if everything's critical, nothing's critical.
I don't have an answer for you on that, but we can start that discussion for sure. So this is what I've already stated. Just McElroy Phase 2 is in pretty bad shape, and so I think we should discuss which one would be priority
You
for
can
sure.
see from the picture how bad it's busting up already. And it's not going to last much more than another winter.
This picture, I don't think it does justice for how my back feels when I drive through this section. Okay, McElroy Phase 1. I don't really know if this is called Phase 1, but I called it Phase 1 because it seems like we're working east to west. So this stretch is currently under design review, but it is being funded by a development project, and the goal is to realign it with the intersection on Blue Mountain side. Yes, Western Center. Yep. And so the schedule on this I do not know, but I know that the design has been reviewed and is nearing completing, so it's moving along. Okay. Although I like roads, I think sidewalks are actually my favorite projects, because it's really fun to see parents and kids getting to use them safely. So right now, Thompson is under construction, and that stretches from, we actually take a left on Wofford, and connect to Opal, and it goes all the way down to Longhorn. So it's actually a pretty lengthy sidewalk project. This was funded with the 2020 CO bonds. I believe y'all passed $1 million for sidewalks. And we actually took advantage of the Tarrant County CDBG grant for this, so Community Development Block Grant. Usually Saginaw's eligible for that every other year, and you can receive funding almost up to $200,000. And they do sidewalk projects, utility projects, roadway projects. So like I said, this is under construction. It's been going really well. I'm anticipating them being done possibly in May, most likely June. The intersection that I'm most excited about is Wofford and Thompson, because there's that cut through to the elementary school, and that'll be improved and much safer in my opinion.
They're going to leave little bars.
Do what? The bars?
They're gonna leave little bars there.
We discussed that. I didn't really know what they were for at first, but
You didn't know what they were for?
someone had a good point that we don't want any bikes cruising through and just surprising cars. So yes, we're putting back some nicer bars.
Yeah, we used to race through there to see. Okay, that's something else. That's okay.
So I wanted to discuss briefly with y'all those COs. So Kim wasn't here to check my numbers, so please don't hold me to these numbers. But this is our third sidewalk project to do under that $1 million, and we have about a balance of $300,000 left. And so my logical next step would be to partner with the next Tarrant County CDBG grant, if Randy blesses that, and perhaps do a $500,000 project in that same area. The CDBG funds are limited to that Rancho North area. But
could we, I know we've done surveys in the past to expand that CDBG area. Could we do that again to see if there's a little more area that is, I know it keeps shrinking.
Yeah.
Push back and do some income surveys, see if that might work.
I'm unaware that we could update the survey. I know it's based on income, and so I was under the impression that Tarrant County was retrieving that information.
Yeah, I thought we could push back on that. I know we have in the past. We talked about it.
I can check on
what
that
are our
for sure.
options? Let's see what our options are on that.
Yeah.
'Cause you're right, because right now we're limited to a very small geographical area, and it keeps shrinking. So I'd like to see if we can push back to any other areas.
I will say I can check on that for sure. The areas that it includes need a lot of work, and so that's kind of our target area, and I'm going to focus on that towards the end of the slides.
And I'm on the CDBG committee this year. We already gave out the money to other cities, not Saginaw, but we gave money to everybody that applied that met the criteria. So if we apply next year, yes, we will get some money. 150,000, 250,000, something in that range. So that would be a great project to take advantage of.
Yep. And there are certain cities that receive funding every year, entitlement cities. Yeah. Well, I think it's the lower income cities, but somehow Grapevine's on the list, and they receive funding every year. But I'll look into that for sure, see if we can get more money, larger area. The question I want to ask today, and it doesn't have to be answered, but I just want to start the discussion, is with that remaining balance of $300,000, there are other grants that we could leverage this money with 80-20 matches to go further, rather than doing construction quicker with a project next year. So those grants are Safe Routes to School is an example of one that we would have to start with a plan, kind of like the ADA plan, where we look at schools specifically, identify the existing infrastructure, what we would propose, the cost, and stuff like that. So it's kind of a delayed start, but I think it would leverage that money a lot better. So I just briefly mentioned this to Gabe and Randy this morning. So I want to start that discussion, and hopefully...
Just one thing I wanted to add. I think Cleet Welch with the ISD got in touch with Randy and has said, which is a common complaint, I'm sure you all hear, that Saginaw High School, once 156 TxDOT is done, they intend to put sidewalks, which we would completely
That's correct. Once they finish that project over there, the school district intends to connect all their sidewalks into whatever TxDOT leaves them with.
So that could be a good example of getting a lot of bang for our buck. So we'll discuss that. If we think we could fund those elsewhere, then, and we have this money available, we could go ahead and do another sidewalk project in Rancho North, or there's another alternative to use that money I'll mention. Okay, industrial and FM 156. This is on the CIP list. Saginaw is actually participating in this. I'll say minimally, which is it's very efficient, how much we're contributing. And so Fort Worth, Tarrant County, TxDOT, and then a separate federal funding are all contributing to this intersection, and the developer.
Aren't the businesses contributing a little bit as well?
Yes,
that's
the Fuel City.
Fuel City folks.
I forgot. They should be on the top of that list. You're right. And so this is in final design, but currently the critical path is major utility relocations, and so that's really been the focus right now. And I believe Fort Worth's paying for those, or Saginaw's participating in some of that too. So the let date, or the bid opening date in layman's terms, is summer of 2025. It got pushed back, unfortunately.
Why did it get pushed back?
I believe it was the utility relocations.
And how does that coordinate with the construction that's happening there now?
The FM 156 corridor, I would think they would almost treat what's under construction right now will be like as built, because it'll be finished by that time. So TxDOT's helping review all that, so they'll anticipate the what's being built currently.
Is there anything we can do to that to get it, smooth it out till 2025? Because it's pretty bad over there.
Right, and the limits that it is right now are short of where it gets better. I'll say that with a grain of salt. Industrial is another road that needs attention for sure, and it's concrete, and so you can't mill and overlay concrete really. So it's going to need. I think Randy has tried with some panel replacements in the past, but it doesn't seem like they stick.
No, the road's just deteriorated now to the point that, every time we get a rain, it's just that much worse. One of the biggest conflicts over there is the Barnett Shale Gathering. That gas line that's in there is one of the major conflicts over there that we're going to have to try to get by. There are 113 utility conflicts on that project so far that we've identified, and so getting all those franchises together and trying to get everybody to cooperate is a big pill to swallow. So.
But I would think as we near this bond program, I don't make these decisions, but I would perhaps anticipate this getting some attention, the next source of funding, whatever that may be. For sure. Unfortunately, that is 5 years out, right, or so. But, yeah, good question. That's kind of what we're talking about exactly, is industrial phase 2. So currently no funding, no design, and no schedule, unfortunately. Okay, sump program is slightly a different animal, but very related. So I wanted to kind of give you all an update on where we're at. We started with that pavement assessment, and we've identified 4 different buckets. I kind of wrapped them into 3 buckets. Crack sealing I've mentioned, mill and overlay, and then I'll talk about partial and full reconstruction and the funding sources that we've got set aside for that, and how I think we can utilize those. So this page is the crack sealing page. If y'all don't know, crack sealing is like the cheapest first type of maintenance you do for a newer road. So you aim to do this on roads that are like 3 to 5 years old. This and the mill and overlay is really where most people get the bang for their buck, and it extends the lifetime of the road while it's still in good condition. So this is really where we need to focus our attention. And the way, so to help with this, Randy did you buy your crack sealing machine yet? Randy's working to buy a crack sealing machine, which will really help. But he's funded that through the Public Works maintenance and operation budget, and then also with the partnership we have with the county using their machine. I feel like the amount of crack sealing we're able to do with that machine is sufficient. I think we'll be able to get ahead of things. Mill and overlay.
Trying to understand your figure. You have status, spring 2023 complete, schedule fall 2023.
So I just put that on there because typically you crack seal in the spring and fall when the temperatures are a little bit lower, and so just the crack sealing that y'all did with the county has already been completed in the spring. Are you going to go back and do another round in the fall? Okay. And then if we have our own machine, we're going to do as much as we can.
Okay, I was confused. It looked like it was complete, but it looked like it was going to start again in the fall. But I thought it was the same thing. So.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we're going to kind of work down this list. So every spring we're going to take 3 to 5 projects, 3 to 5 streets and crack seal. and then every fall we'll take the next 3 to 5.
Okay, so we haven't finished all of these streets
Correct.
on here. Okay.
And this is not the complete list.
Doesn't
This
communicate very well.
Apologies. This is just the top 15. But we're going to keep working our way. But it'll be a twice a year operation. So similarly, the mill and overlay, these are just our top streets. So basically, if Randy said, hey, I have a new source of budget, tell me all the streets you want mill and overlaid, this is what I would tell him. And so far he's accomplishing this with his funding from the maintenance and operation and partnering with the county. We don't do any bidding of projects that are mill and overlay. So the two constraints here are obviously budget, and then we are sharing those resources with the county with other cities. And so Randy's going to push to get as much mill and overlay as he can with the county machines, but I don't think that will cap out before the roads that I think that need to be addressed sooner rather than later. So this is a project, this is a category that I think is not underfunded. It is underfunded, but it's also just capped at how much we can use that county machine.
If we can't use the county machine, then what do? Rent one, or?
I think the common approach is to start bidding out projects, but they will be significantly more expensive than borrowing the machine from the county. But like I said, compared to a full reconstruction, I'd rather invest the money in this before I start tackling big reconstruction projects like residential reconstruction, because this will maintain the PCI rating higher. It'll go further, be more efficient with the money.
Extending the life of it.
Mm-hmm. So that may be something that, as we are all trying to wrestle these roadways back into good condition, like if you gave us $500,000, I would apply it here first. Okay, the last bucket is partial and full reconstruction. I think this is my last slide. Sorry for droning on for so long. So currently, for residential roadways, if you don't count Knowles, which I don't, there is no funding for partial or full reconstruction of residential roadways. I think this is a issue, and I believe the citizens have made that, they have been very vocal about that as well. So I have Tarrant County CDBG up there, but as I said earlier, that's about $200,000 every other year. So that would tackle on its own probably 200 or 300 linear feet of a road, so not even a full block. So the roads that you'll notice that we have on this section are all roads that also need new utilities and sidewalks. So these are older sections that if we're going to fully reconstruct this, we're going to replace all the utilities as well. So this is something I don't have a solution for, but perhaps, I don't know, Randy, if you have any thoughts. We've discussed eventually maybe we need to do a bond program or something. We got to find ways to fund this.
But if we had the money, would you start with the lowest PCI rating, or what would be your recommendation?
I think I would. Yes. Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I may start with, so this top bucket is actually the partial reconstruction. I'm calling it a Pulva mix and overlay. So it's where you churn up all the existing asphalt, you compact it, and now that's your base, and then you put a brand new layer of asphalt. That's cheaper than doing a full reconstruction where you rip out all the existing asphalt. So those Pulva mix and overlay, I actually misspoke. Those sections don't need new utilities. The full reconstruction sections do. And so I would start with Park Center probably, Blue Ridge and Lottie. And I think I could pay for more of those roads than I could the full reconstructions. But I'm a road guy. If you ask someone who loves utilities, like Andrew Simonson or Randy, he may want to redo the utilities on Southern and Opal. Alrighty. That's a lot of information.
Yeah, questions for Trent?
Yeah, so on these, where we got these that we need, it's getting a very low PCI rating. Are we putting that into some type of plan? You say you don't have a plan right now, but we need to get a plan, right?
So our initial goal was to develop a plan or a program is what we're calling it. Just to be honest with you, I struggled to come up with a plan when there was no funding identified. So I have the crack seal and the mill and overlay. I have plans for those for like the next 5 years. But the reconstruct is where really some critical thinking needs to happen, where you pick and choose your streets. But without the funding, the plan is really just a priority ranking, not necessarily like a schedule. So that's what we have today, is just the priority, not necessarily a schedule.
Yeah, and the funding is not really Trent's area. Trent's
Yeah,
area.
sorry,
But he can't speak to that. We would have to speak to that as a council. That's how we'd have to do it.
Call that landscaper, get some money trees planted.
That's right, money trees. I mean, but we need to understand what, for each one of these roads, I mean, to me, we need to know what it's going to cost. Say, what was this one here that had a 24.9? Yeah, Blue Ridge Trail. Okay, so what's it going to cost us to fix that one versus one of the ones down here, say, Hampshire Street?
We have costs for those. What I'll do is when we do our next CIP update or before that, with this ranking, I'll add a column that says the cost. It's going to be shocking, though. I started doing the costs, and Randy didn't like looking at them. So,
Randy, another very interesting point of this is these where we say full reconstruction because we're end of life also, say, on our water and sewer lines and stuff. What's that costing us? Is these the areas that's breaking a lot, costing us a lot of pain and suffering and breakage, and what's that costing us? You know?
Yeah, some of them that they are, and that's, we want to be sure and identify those areas and tackle them first.
Yeah. But that can help us. It'd be called a cost avoidance, but we could actually say this is what it's costing us, guys having to go out in the middle of the night, plus to actually patch, already wore out system.
Absolutely.
And when we put a new system in, we won't have to do that for a few years.
Right. Yeah. What we need from Trenton and Randy is a priority list and then an estimated dollar list.
Yeah.
Just for the top few, not all of them, because you're right, it's a crazy list, but.
We can do that. And we can break it into logical chunks, too. Like Park Center is a pretty big road. We can break that into a few chunks.
Are any other questions for Trenton? Thanks, sir.
Thank you
A
all.
lot of information. Good deal. All right. Item 8, executive session, is fortunately not required, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I make a motion we adjourn.
Charlie, second. Cast your votes. Or do you want to just hold your hands up? All right. All in favor? At 7:37, we're out of here. Thank y'all.
Why did you vote against the consent agenda?
Huh?
Why did you vote against the consent agenda?
The what thing?
The consent agenda.
I didn't.
You did.
I didn't mean to.
It showed up red.
I'll have to ask, because I sure didn't mean to.
Man, he didn't even pull anything out? Or
No, it was pure.
Just like red.
That was a pure brain fart. Did you know?
I saw that red pop up, and I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Does that mean usually if you're going to vote against
If I did it, I'd totally.
a question or two.
Yeah, I'm voting against that. I'm voting against something. Did I vote nay on the consent agenda? Can you change that? Doesn't matter, but okay. That was totally a fat finger. I didn't even know. He told me, why'd you vote nay on this consent agenda? Yeah. Yeah. That was totally a fat finger somehow. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. David Ford told me you were on the council in the past. Okay. Great.
And there's a lot of open space out there. So you're looking for
Next time, see you come across
I've never gotten it. This is my
I've got cherry. We do cherry sours.
Oh yeah, I do like sour.
Oh, oh, horrible. Really my bad.
Does that mean you got?
Yeah, take care.
Good to meet you. Congratulations.
I think the Keith's report was already approved. We're going with
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, the thing with the cruise shut down, and then they never came back. Yeah. Coach Mike, I mean, we always like one thing. We're all competitors, so we would all go compete, draw something. We bring them home, and then we vote on who's the representative. So people went with us that day, we're voting for them. This ain't right. My kids is like, oh, don't we vote? Okay.
Well, I've only been to that one.
Well, we would stop and buy some snacks and some drinks and all the wines or whatever. And we would go there and just have, I cannot draw my blood. But, you know, as long as you don't get one, and there's, I don't want anything that has letters or numbers. I can draw letters or writing. Right. But if you give me something that, you know, I can stay in lines. Right. And I got no shame asking for help. So.
Yeah, that ice cream place, I was just, I went in there with my wife, and the ice cream was real runny. And then they're serving nachos and stuff in there. And you walk into a place, thinking, smelling sweet stuff, and all of a sudden you're smelling nacho cheese. It just kills it.
Yeah. Oh, that little Mexican. Yeah. Is it doing good?
I don't know if they are or not. I don't know.
I haven't been there in a while. Yeah, I mean, there's a problem with a place like that. You got to deal with volume, so they can't be giving, you know, they lose a customer.
That was, I think we talked about this before, but ice cream gallery, that was their deal. They just didn't have enough business.
Right. Well, the other core business model, the ice cream was being produced in Florida.
Yeah.
So shipping that is really expensive. And then I kept telling them, you need to put a coffee barista in here because people like coffee with their ice creams. And I said, you also need to get a TV screen up with all your flavors because when people are standing there ordering, people can't see what they want.
Really, if you're going to have something like that, you've got to constantly be bringing in, okay, because ice cream's got to be a low profit margin. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah.
But again, I haven't tried that Duck Scoop. I was going the other night and they weren't there.
I tried and I had one of the two youngest, and it's good. They give you a little, rubber duck, but it's expensive. Like I think the last one,
That's like the lobster, that main lobster.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I spent over $100 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because I didn't know it was expensive. I told my daughter, and I'm like, oh, Tony, I'll get you. And
Randy came back and looked at it, so you don't have to call him.
Okay, they got somebody coming, or?
I don't know what he decided. We put out more buckets.
Okay.
all right, well, yeah, we got, it was good. But I was like, yeah, that's kind of one of those probably one and done for me.
Well, I don't like the bread that they use for the rolls. I mean, it just doesn't do it.
The time I was there, I always wanted to try. I would stand in line. There was a guy behind us from Garland. He drove like 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. Well, the day we were there, it just had to be a really cold day, and there was still a big line.
I went in November when it was freezing cold out there, and there were people from Twin Mills and all that coming over there. They got their chowder and their disc or whatever they had was for the lobster.
Now we go, another little restaurant, unfortunately it's not in Saginaw, but it's a little Japanese restaurant, just right across 35, and they got the carousel, and then they got the little train that'll bring your dishes out. Yeah. I've heard of it. My kids love it. It's right past Home Depot on 35, just right there on the right, connects to the strip mall there.
Off of Basswood?
Yeah, right on Basswood there.
There's supposed to be a couple of good places up there.
I think
Alliance, there's some restaurants and stuff that I want to go to, but I don't want to deal with all that traffic.
Well, this is just straight down Basswood there. As soon as you pass Home Depot, you've got Sonic, and then that hotel. There it is. It's got the kids kids love it, because they also, depending on what you order, so the stuff goes around and you just pick off and eat. Then you order something, it'll come on the little electric train, and if you order something else, they have a robot that brings it out. So, you know, it's kind of.
I would love it if we could get a Fish City grill or something in the area, or Bonefish.
Oh, yeah.
Because it really is Alliance, where that one barbecue place was, it became a seafood place, and we went there one night, and it wasn't that great, and they're closing it already.
Bonefish, I always hated the one over there South.
But see, saw you pull the building permit, what are you doing, adding on? I'm like, no, we had a fire, we can't live, so you can't live in there? I said, no, we want water, you can't live there. So they dropped our value down to just the land. And we were getting our taxes done, and the accountant pulled it up on the TAD website and goes, something's not right, you're not paying much in property taxes. So for 2 years, they only assessed us on the land.
Well, here's what's really funny. All three of the houses where I live was all built within 6 months. My house was built, and then Brandon's house was built, and then Tom's. Until 2016, there was $500 difference in our service. They're the same house. They're just a little inside, structure. What happened in 2016? Tony moved in, and every year he goes down there and he fights tooth and nail. There's one thing about Tony, that guy should have done like, I mean, oh my goodness, he's good at this. And so we were over there one day. It was the year before last. We were over there, and he out on the said, why are you doing that? And so he started poking me with the stick over what we were paying the taxes. And I don't say anything. So I go back in and watch. Hey, what are we doing? So then now he's got it on my. I may not say that, but I'm gonna go. So I got it looked up. And then I went nuts because then I went through the whole thing. And then I was asking my wife, and so my wife, I said, no, so I went down there. And when I first started, they were a little cold. And so I kind of got back. I said, well, then fine. I'll take you to court. And this thing. And I said, well, look, I got 3 houses. What do you do? 3 houses at the same time. They're by the same company. Pulte built them. They're the same one. And I said, and I can show you. And I had to date it. Until 2016, they were all through within 50. It was actually $50 of what they were. Now, what's changed all of a sudden? This one is so, mine is worth so much more than it is. And then I said, I can tell you. And they said, what? I said, it's called the Tony Factor. And they look at it. My neighbor, he's come down here every year, and he's bitched to bitch. And I've been a good citizen, thinking that y'all gonna do me right. And I just told myself, I said, y'all screwed me over. And I said, so I just need to get back. And so they dropped me down. But then again, I'm like, oh, okay, until Tony went down there and they dropped it. But it's pretty funny if you go down there. In most cases, depending on which ones you get, if you do it right and don't get hateful and belligerent, but you show them.
They're gunshot right now. That realtor Crouch.
Yeah.
He basically stirred all that stuff up, and he got because somebody from TAD ended up sending him a letter, an official letterhead that wasn't supposed to be there. And he blew that whole thing up. That's why people got fired.
Well, I think there's a bill. I think Charlie and Garen filed a bill to do away with TAB and have the state assess, which I think is token. I don't know if it's traction, but
well, here's the thing: is there has to be some assessment. You got to pay some taxes, and the problem is right now, everybody. It isn't that they're raising your taxes by percentage. It's just the value of these houses are going through the roof.
Yeah, it's insane.
And if you get people who's coming in from the north, especially California, boy, they need that. Because Dee's, man, he's looking, oh, look at this, and I told him, he asked me, he said, what you guys? I said, no, actually, I'm not. And he goes, right, because I'm not selling my house right now. So if I'm not selling my house, this is just screwing me over.
My house.
I'd rather do this.
We paid $126,000 for our house when we had it built in 2000. And it gradually went up and up in these last 4 or 5 years. Plus when we did our patio and thing. But I mean, we went 3 years ago, we refinanced, it was $235, and now we refinanced it last year, and it was $350. And now they've got us assessed